I think I have everything set up. Probably. Hopefully. Allegedly. Cool story, Firefox. Nice update. What was I doing? I was going here. I was going here. I was going here. I was going here. And, yeah. Hello! Hi! Hiya, hiya. How are you doing today? This is what I expected. Okay. Lovely. I'm not sure what else I expected, but fair enough. Let's go here. Just getting a little less things prepped. Prepperinos. That's my favorite pizza topping, prepperinos. Okay. Alright, so enough saying dumb shit, it doesn't make sense. So, last time in our journey to the desiccation of my brain cells, we're working on this modifier builder to create modifiers that we can then register with ZenScript so that we can actually kind of dynamically update distributions during gameplay based on conditions that the user can specify. Cool story, bro. So we have most of this kind of set up here where we have this set mod and then we have these interfaces. I think I should have this extend. I think I know what I can do here. This is a predicate, right? So this is going to be this can extend predicate on I entity. I'm cooking. I'm already cooking. All right. Um, because this is a predicate. I guess I should change this to test. Well, I'll do handle, and then I'll do default. I'll override. Yeah, we'll just do this. Test will override this, and we will return this dot handle on the entity. It's a little weird, but it works. We're just gonna pass it through. Um, yeah. And there's a reason I'm doing this, is so that I can kind of know what they are. Predicate I entity living base. And then we're gonna do the same thing here, where I just do this. It's a little jank, but it does kind of work. I'm trying to unify them all together. That way, predicate item stack. That way, when they're unified, I can kind of use them abstractly. Alright, so that's good. Now what I can do is I can have... This needs to be a... Oyabup. Oyabup. That's what it needs to be. When enum... modifier type. So there's gonna be... This should be parameterized by t. This is gonna... So this is an abstract class. Okay. I think these have to be public, for starters. This can be protected abstract predicate t. Yeah, predicate. Now that I've unified them as like different predicates and I like parameterize it a certain way, I can now register these modifiers in this class instead of having to register them in like each different type, which is gonna be weird. Now I can register them all here, which is good, but I still need to know the modifier type. Right, so this is gonna be private final modifier type. Right, and we're gonna have a constructor here that's going to take the modifier type. And we're going to put this here. This dot type is our type. Okay, now we need to know what, like, all of this nonsense is. So there's the different kinds of modifiers, right? I think the best way to know the kinds of modifiers is to get the DDD modifier registries. Item stack damage distribution, item stack armor distribution, item stack shield distribution, entity damage, and entity resistance. Item entity entity? What did I type? Entity living base. Because I'm doing it based on the inputs here. And now it's a matter of like what this is, right? And it might be interesting. Hmm. So we definitely have this. This is gonna be useful because of a couple of reasons. Let's see. We have types. This is a modifier builder. I think I'm gonna need an interface for modifiers, right? So I need to know, I think it's under the API, right? Yeah, this cap modifier. I need to have a type that describes this. Because if we go to the damage type builder, we register. Well, we register a damage type builder, but this distribution. We still register the distribution. It's a CTDDD custom distribution. So we need an ICTDDD modifier because we need to provide that. I think before we build the builder, we need to know what we're building. DDD modifier. I don't know if I need to parameterize it. Maybe. How does the ICTDDD distribution work? So it extends. Right. Okay. This should... Okay, so I need to parameterize this by T extends I capability provider. And then this needs to extend IDDD cap modifier parameterized by T. Now I can override the get creation source to return source dot content tweaker. What else can I override? There's an applicable, there's a okay, applies to enum. Yeah, I don't know that either. What else does this override? Oh, for a name. Right. I override to provide a thing for that. I guess I can do this. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm too busy to care about your spam. Because was it just name? Oh, it was get name. Right. I see. This is name, but this should be get name. I don't think there's any other relevant information here that I can provide. Yeah, 'cause that just does that. Okay, I mean, alright, I get you, I get you. And the implementation of the custom distribution is just, it extends stuff, implements stuff, has stuff, right? So, I think I need a new interface as well here. For the ICT-DDD resistance modifier. Well, for starters, custom distribution is there. Mod.ddd dot modifiers dot I modifier. I resistance modifier. Do I need it? I don't know. Oops. cd classes dot, this is the modifier. Okay, so far so good. I might not need a class for this. I feel like that's unnecessary. I feel like it's unnecessary. I just need to provide implementations. Let's put a package here. Types.implementation.modifiers. And now we're going to put a class, and it's going to be ctDDD modifier. It might be abstract. It might be abstract. Let's say it's abstract for now. And this extends abstract DDD like modifier or something. Yeah, abstract DDD cat modifier. Extend capability provider, parameterize you with T, change you to T. Those are a bunch of classes. Those are that. I still need to put a Zen property. So we need to know if we should reallocate. The source is given always. The source is always source.ContentTweaker. And the default value is probably always just 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Now we don't know what it applies to. We don't know if it's applicable. This dot name is name, and then I can return this dot name. The modifier builder is also abstract, so I'm gonna have to provide multiple modifier builders, and so I'm gonna have to provide multiple modifiers. This one will not be abstract. This will be CT damage distribution. Well, I guess it's item damage distribution modifier. CTDDD modifier, and we parameterize that with item stack. I guess this is also final. What does this thing say? Is modifier applicable? Oh. Applicable for item stack. Person X Nihilo tinkers hammers don't use custom hammer processing recipes? That's crazy. to item damage. What did the custom distribution do for determining if its context is applicable? ContentTweaker MC die. Yeah, okay. Get item stack. Oh, it's just for matching, but I probably need to do more than that. So much for repairable hammers. That's so weird that it can't handle it. Everything just seems to not be working. I can change this. Okay, it is a public enum. I need that to be public. There. Now I know that this always applies to items, and then it's just a matter of knowing what it's going to apply to based off the builder. Which I can do instance of checks for. Either that or the builder itself needs to know. Probably the builder itself. No need to, Yo, yo, hello. Hi, how you doing? I need that. Okay, so I have this. It's now good, actually. And now I need a couple of other ones in the modifier package. It should be parameterized with entity, and it should be final as well. Is modifier applicable for entity? Is modifier applicable? I haven't. Is modifier applicable for entity? Is modifier applicable? Just like that. This dot is modifier applicable. Equals set it to this. Add the unimplemented methods that you were supposed to but never did because you're weird. A dot. This is going to be projectile because it's not going to be mob damage. It's not going to be armor. It's not going to be armor, item damage, or shield. So the options are mob damage, mob resistance, and projectile. So it has to be this. Return this dot is modifier applicable dot handle ContentTweaker MC dot get entity pass in that bad boy. We're good. Good. Prof cancel class. I'm just vibing before studying. Raw. Eating a tomato. That's you're eating a tomato, bro. That's wild. Now do this, and then CT entity living, bruh. CT entity living base modifier. This thing. CT DDD modifier. Parameterize it with entity living base. Bada boop. Bada boink. Oh, do I just do that? Well, it just... You do import it. Aren't you just a fucking genius? Bro, I love me fruits and veggies. I cannot understand the motivation behind eating a tomato raw, but maybe that's just me. Is modifier applicable for entity living base? Boom. Is modifier applicable for entity living base? Boop. Tomato is good. It's the simple pleasures, the taste of an orange or berry, or even just the crunch of a carrot. No, look, all of that I understand. It's just the tomato part I don't. Turn applies to dot. Oh, because I could apply to mob damage or mob resistances. This has to be mob damage only. This dot is modifier applicable dot handle Passing in craft tweaker mc dot get entity living base. Passing in that. Boop 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 boop. Yeah, make this final too. I did that for everything else. No reason why I shouldn't do it for that one. But we're not quite done yet. We need a resistance modifier. This has to extend abstract resistance modifier, yeah. I don't need these though. Because this is gonna just be 0.0f. This is going to be source dot content tweaker. Is modifier applicable for any lim base? Is modifier applicable for any lim base? Boop. 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 So now I need t dot, or sorry, this dot is modifier applicable dot handle craft, yes, craft tweaker mc dot get entity living base and pass in t. Oh yeah, it needs to be returned, my guy. Return dot, yeah. Oh, it needs a name. Return this dot name. What is your dysfunction? The blank final field name. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, what difference did it make? You just wrote the same thing, and it's like, yeah, they are tech. I did like, I really did just kind of write the same thing twice, didn't I? Look at this. They're like the fucking same, bro. However, where is my applies to? Oh, no, duh. The applies to is already handled. Okay, so we've got all this, right? And it's fancy, it's schmancy. Now that I have these things, I now need to have this modifier take requisite information and construct these modifiers and then register them here. How bad could it be? So that's the modifier type. Oh wait, first off, I also need the collection of stuff, right? Like private, static, final. Boop 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 boop. So that's gonna be void to build. This will be a map. Since I have 5, this should probably be item damage. And then we have item armor, and then nice. And then we have item shield. That makes like very little sense. But it works. So this is going to be a modifier type being mapped to a collection of strings. And then we're going to need another map that's going to map the modifier type to a collection of a ContentTweaker DDD modifier builder parameterized by who the heck knows what and who the heck cares. Yeah, that's fine by me. Builders. Whoa, that was English. This is gonna be maps.new hash map, as is this. New hash map. Now the distribution builder, it put its builder and its name here. This was a list. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna have a static initializer block here where used names. I'm gonna do modifier type dot values arrays dot string. Nah, it doesn't matter. For modifier type in whatever this is. No. Modifier type dot values. Put in all the values. Now we're gonna do used names dot put type, and the value is going to be lists dot new array list. We're just gonna initialize it, and then we're gonna do the same thing, but this is gonna be for builders. That way we have this set up ahead of time. Wow, would you look at that? That's how you spell builders, bro. Okay. There we go. Now that this is all initialized, this, I don't know if this needs to be abstract anymore. Now that I'm thinking about it, now that I have this going on here, because this build is just going to, okay, there's no build here. There's just register. This is the wrong thing then. I need the distribution. This build is just saying, oh, were you built? what's your name? Do you exist? And then it's combining the string weights and stuff, checking if the context function exists, and then setting that then adding a copy of it. Oh my gosh, bro. I totally forgot. Look at this shit. It needs priority. Public int priority equals 0. And then property. That's important. We can't forget that. There might be some abstract method, but this definitely isn't it for now. So it starts off being unbuilt, and now we do if this dot was built, then we're basically just copying off of our friend here, but we got to make it look like we did it ourselves, right? That's the whole thing. You don't have a name field. Okay, this dot name equals name. Okay, put that there. We got that. Excellent. Because it does have a name. Yeah. If it's null, right? Then we do the same thing here where we say, bad boy, you did not do it right. Then runtime exception. Else if usenames dot get off of this dot type dot contains this dot name. Now we throw a new Zen runtime exception again. %s is already used by a modifier in another script. This dot name, not map, name, bro. I think I might need to go to the modifier here. Because what if I set negative weights? Like, what's stopping me from setting negative weights? I could add an additional thing here. Yeah, like a Boolean for allows negative weights. Okay, we have that, right? And now I can override put, right? If value is not null and value is less than 0 and this dot and it doesn't allow negative weights, then I should throw a new unsupported operation exception. And then this is going to be this dot get name, and then value. Otherwise, we're just going to do super dot put key value. Wait, I wanna refer to this thing. Thank you for the redeem of your yeeps. I actually have a drink right next to me, so we're good. Slurp. Because I guess it's like, this needs to provide an implementation for it, so that makes sense. I guess I don't need to override, but I can instead just have a default Boolean for validating. And then I could do for if I did this dot for each, I guess I don't even need to. I just need to do this dot values dot stream dot any match. So if this dot allows negative weights, then we do this thing, right? Well, sorry. If we don't allow negative weights. If we don't allow negative weights, and boom. Return false for the validation. And then return true. Because that's an important distinction. Now, there is something else I think might be a little bit important that I should probably double check on, just the mob resistances. Well, actually, specifically the implementation of the mob resistances. Because what I want to know is there an issue with setting a negative amount for that? Probably not, right? Uh, the config reader for mob resistances. That's, what is decimal regex? Decimal, so digit zero more times, or sorry, one or more times. I mean, I guess in theory, nothing's stopping you from doing that. Yeah, sure, why not? Is it jank? Yeah, but it's not my problem if you decide to do jank stuff. So I do that, right? Um, Now there is this whole do we allow negative weights thing, and we'll get to that. I could also put a boolean here for allows negative weights, right? And just put this here. And then down here, I'll do this dot allows negative weights is allows negative weights. And then down here, I will do allows negative weights. And I will return this dot allows negative weights. Boom, right? So like that's good, right? Now I do have to fix this because I need to pass in, well, it depends, right? Um and then I'll pass in allows negative weights. So far, so good there. There is the resistance one, which should allow negative weights. Negative weights should just be fine. That being said, what I can just do is I can kind of just do this. Whoops, return true. Actually, that makes negative sense. Wait, don't I have a resistance modifier already for this abstract DDD resistance modifier? Yeah, what the hell is this? Oh, abstract. Oh, this is an abstract DDD resistance modifier. I am a genius. Whoops. What about the other thing then? Okay, so if it's not item damage, and it's not damage distribution, in which case we can allow negative weights. I'd be stupid. I don't need this. Wait, hold on. I'm not smart. So I can have this here, because based off that part. There's gonna be a public boolean allows negative weights. And then I return this dot class dot equals I damage or yeah, I damage distribution dot class, and I return actually the negation of this predicate. Boom, look at that. Okay, that's totally fine. So now this is this dot get applies to enum dot allows negative weights. Boop 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 boop. Item damage, mob damage, or projectile damage. And there are no negative weights. Boom. Now we have to go back once again and fix all that other stuff. I actually have to go back to this thing here. I don't need this. And I don't need this. I don't need this. And I don't need that. Boom. Now the resistance modifier. This is not needed. This is not needed. This is not needed. And this is not needed. Okay, much better. Okay, so I now go back to the modifier builder. That's the modifier. That's the cap modifier. Oh, the distribution modifier registry. No, wait, not the distribution modifier registry. Yeah, this. No. What the heck am I doing? This is a modifier registry. I need to go to the registries implementation for DD modifier registries. Actually, wait. I need to go here. Register the modifier. Now, the modifier, it extends IDD cap modifier. So, I can do if not m or modifier dot validate. If we cannot validate it, then we should throw a new invalid something, probably. The hell is this? I have no idea what any of that stuff was. Do not disturb or something, probably. Isn't there like an invalid argument or something? No. Oh, it's illegal argument. Wait, I need to provide this. So it's gonna be this dot get name. No, not this dot get name. It's gonna be modifier dot get name, and then modifier dot get creation source string. I think what I can do here is I can do modifier dot entry set dot toString. There we go. And now I don't need to worry about doing any validation or whatever, because the validation will occur when it tries to register it, and it throws what's wrong. The modifier name, where it came from, and what weights it has, which is probably enough to debug. If not, I hate myself. That's fine. I don't need this. Do I not need that? Yeah, because it's fine. I've already bada boop. Okay, so now the applies to that's good. I don't need that. And I don't need this one either. This is where I was before I went on that tangent. I don't know why I went on such a tangent. Oh, because of the negative weights thing. I don't need that, 'cause that's for checking negative weights and stuff, so I don't need this. I just need to check if uh this dot get predicate is null. So I define that. Now I do builders dot get. What the heck, bro? Dot get this dot type dot put or dot add, I guess, yeah. This dot copy. Usenames dot get this dot type dot add this dot name. And then I set this dot was built equal to true. There we go. I set this to final like an idiot, what didn't I? God damn it. Now we have all this. Now I do this. I basically need to do the same thing here. Compose, right? Predicates dot is null, and then we compose that with functions dot compose. DDD registries dot damage types get composed with DD damage type add DDD prefix if needed. Okay, there we go. Am I a Java developer? Yes, I'm developing a mod for Minecraft in Java. Yes. So, I'd call myself a Java developer. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I stream mod development on I stream mod development on Tuesdays and Fridays. A Spring Boot dev too. I've done a bit of Spring Boot, yeah, but like I haven't done much recently. I did it a while ago at my job, which I no longer do, so nah. We're going to learn Java, then Spring Boot to become a Java dev. Spring Boot is interesting. I don't know how much I liked Spring Boot. Like, it made sense, but it was also very weird and strange. Nice to see that you use the Eclipse. Yeah, I learned Java in Eclipse, and I think Eclipse is kind of the best way to write Java. I mean, you could write Java in like VS Code and IntelliJ, but I tried IntelliJ and just never really liked it. And while you could write it in VS Code, I think the amount of like language packages you'd need to get and stuff would just it just doesn't have the out of the box functionality that Eclipse has, which just makes it a little bit too much of a hassle to set up in my opinion. Oh wait, what am I doing here? I need to do for each. I found incremental compilation that Eclipse has is awesome. It's like instant. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. Now, granted, this is only Eclipse, what, like 2020 or whatever? Because I'm writing this in Java 8, so like only a certain level of only like that's only supported up to a certain version of Eclipse, so I have to use a little older version. Not that old. Again, I think this is like 2020. So it might not. This version, I'm not too sure if it necessarily has all the bells and whistles that that newer versions might have. It is, I guess, technically like 4 years old. I found suggestions not as good as in IntelliJ. Do you find a way to improve code suggestions? Not really. There are some contexts where like the code suggestions just don't work. Like if you're deep in like an enum or something, code suggestions just like break, which is tragic. At least in this version of Eclipse. Maybe it's fixed in other versions of Eclipse, newer versions. I'm not sure. But in this one, it just doesn't work. And so my solution has just been like I gotta type this out by hand. And that's really annoying. Um, so unfortunately, I haven't found a way to improve code suggestions. I've kind of just gone like it's the cost of doing business sometimes. Why don't you update to the latest? Because I do not believe the latest actually supports running this with like Java 8. And I need to run this with Java 8 because it's a Minecraft mod for Minecraft 1.12, which is Java 8. Now I could maybe actually run this in a newer version. The reason why I couldn't is because I had this hooked up to a debugger, and the debugger would need to run in Java 8, and it can't run in Java 8 because it breaks. Because it's but ever since I did something to the project slightly, I can't actually use the debugger. The debugger itself just breaks just due to a dependency issue that it's unable to be fixed, so I kind of have to deal with it. So I guess in theory nothing is stopping me, but it's not fully broken, so I'm not going to. Do you think doing Minecraft development is a good way for me to learn Java? I've learned a decent amount of Java doing Minecraft development. Now, I did have a lot of Java knowledge going in, but like modding for Minecraft is, in my opinion, a nice fun way to like practice working with Java. Will you learn the stuff to become a serious Java dev with like Spring Boot and stuff? No, but in terms of core Java understanding, core Java development, right? Like just using Java on its own. I think this is a nice fun way to do it. If anything, it gives you a project that you can have. People can use this project, give feedback, and you can actually you can also learn project development and like project maintenance, right? Because you'll need to update or maintain your mod. So I think it's a good way for like a good way to practice managing a project. Do I do Java on my daily work? Modding would be my daily work nowadays, so I don't mod every day, but yeah. I did have a job that was like it was like an IT job, right? And and it was Java, but I just didn't like it because I don't know, there was something about the environment that just wasn't for me, and I wasn't happy with it, so. And I learned that if I'm not happy with it, I can't bring my best ideas and stuff to the table. And do you play Minecraft sometimes? Yes, I do. So I'll stream modding on Tuesdays and Fridays, and then I will stream like modded Minecraft on like Mondays and Wednesdays. Thursdays is a bit of a variety day. I'll do something else. Um, I just finished the game I was doing on Thursdays, so I need to come up with a new variety game to play on Thursdays. But yeah, play Minecraft Mondays and Wednesdays. I'm playing FTB Continuum and trying not to like my computer to death because that's what modern Minecraft is. This is I have a string weights, right? Yeah, I do. Oh, they're called string mod or string map, excuse me. Fair enough. Discussed with one of the Eclipse IDE dev, and he said a lot of things are coming out, and we'll see the results in 2025, especially finally a more modern UI in Eclipse. That could be interesting. I think this UI does look a little old. I'm just really used to it, so I guess I never really got too bothered by it. But I'd be really interested to see what a modern Eclipse UI would look like. That might actually be pretty cool. I do actually develop mods for modern versions of Minecraft, and so for those modern versions, I actually do use, I think I have Eclipse like 2023 or something. And in those instances, yeah, I could probably use the most modern version and get to check it out in that way. You not know what my B is, buddy? Oh, is it because you need to import optional because you need to resolve this before you can do this? See, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's not. I'm within a function, and I do not have autocomplete for like anything. All right, like it needs to. Or are you having a problem with something? Method by consumer. Oh, type is not applicable. Uh-huh. Oh, bro, that makes sense, actually. No, see, this is just me being stupid. Because this is a by consumer, it's gonna take two types. Type and collection. Yeah. It's this. And then I do mods dot for each. And then I do this. That's right. I forgot it was nested. Okay, now we're good. String map dot. There we go. See, there we go. Now we're getting it. Now I just got basically the same thing here. B dot string map dot key set dot stream. I don't play Minecraft, but I find what you do as a developer with mods really cool. What is like one of the biggest projects or biggest I've done as a Minecraft mod dev? This one. Actually, this one. Allow me to show you here. I have a little thing. This is probably the biggest, most coolest project that I've done. It's basically D&D style tabletop RPG damage types and stuff in Minecraft. It is, funnily enough, not my most popular mod in terms of downloads, but it is my most popular mod in terms of like community engagement. Right? People on my Discord server talk about this mod a lot, like way more than they talk about the other mods I developed. But I would definitely call this like up there as like my biggest project. And this is my second project, my second mod technically that I made. Now I'm just updating it because it's actually being picked up by RLCraft and it's going to be in that mod pack. And so that's like the big thing about it, right? Which makes it really cool. So, whoops, what am I doing here? I'm going to turn the formatter off here. Formatter off. And then turn it back on. So I can do this. There's one Java streamer in Twitch that does crazy things in Minecraft. He uses hot swapping. I don't know if you know him. I don't know him, but I did do hot swapping. Hot swapping is a really cool thing. Just for other people who might not know what hot swapping is. Hot swapping is a really cool thing where you hook this up to the debugger and you start debugging it and you're making changes to the code as it's running and it swaps those changes in during runtime so that you can test stuff out. Now, there are limitations to hot swapping. You can't hot swap all the time. right? It depends on the code modifications you're doing. And I had I used to do that, but because of the problems I had, I cannot. This is gonna be dot filter is not registered dot reduce. Give his channel a check. He does crazy things. I'll have to do that. That could be really interesting. Had a Oh, cool. I see. I'll be sure to give him a check. Yeah, hot swapping is pretty cool. Unfortunately, again, with this project, I'm not really able to do that. Been working on this project for years, so the results are amazing. Wow. How long has he been working on it? How long? Like, when did he start this project? This project here that I've been working on, I've had since 2020. It's had some on and off development time, but yeah. s1.concat a new line character and then dot concat s2. What am I doing with any of this? Dot map s to a new runtime exception. String dot format. Oh yeah, saying unregistered. Unregistered damage types. Unregistered damage types used for %s, and that's gonna be the list of them here. So this is b.name. Oh, whoops. I, for some reason, didn't think it auto-closed my string for some reason. I don't know why. Brilliant. Okay. Maybe more than 5 years. He has like a Spring Boot web app that has same UI as the actual game with multiple maps. Ooh. Yeah, there's some like crazy mods out there nowadays for Minecraft. It's insane, some of the stuff that I've seen. It's really cool. Um I hope that one day one of my mods can do cool stuff like that. I mean, this mod can do a bunch of cool stuff. Um but to like that extent, it doesn't have like fancy UI stuff. This is all just like mechanical stuff. But I still like it. So now within here, yeah, I have to do an if e dot is present row e dot get. What is for you the best way to deploy a Java app using simply a jar using Docker, and how simple it is? So in the toolchain I have here, I am using Gradle to build to like build the jar. I don't I don't know a lot about it, right? And I don't know a lot about, like, I had Docker for like I used Docker for like one or two things, but it might be a matter of preference, right? Depending on the features or what you're comfortable with. When it comes to building the jar for this mod, DDD, I have to use Gradle. I'm kind of forced to use Gradle because that's just how the modding toolchain kind of like works. It's using Gradle because there's Gradle plugins and everything for it. Now, I am like self-taught in Gradle in the sense that like I know enough Gradle to do what I need to do, but that's it. So I don't know too much about it because I've managed to funnily enough avoid having to worry about a lot of that deployment stuff because I've just build it with Gradle, it works, and then I just do that. Does Maven work good in Eclipse? Maven works wonderfully in Eclipse. There was one project I made where I was trying to make a chess bot, and maybe I'll brush that project off and work on it one day. But I was making a chess bot and like trying to do like computations and stuff on the GPU, and there's a bunch of cool libraries to like try and optimize that. And I made it in Maven, and Maven just like it just worked. You like I want this dependency, it just added it. Everything just worked. It was beautiful. You go to like the Maven, you copy it, you paste it, and then Eclipse just grabs the dependency. And it was beautiful. With Gradle, it's not nearly as beautiful, and I think that's why I don't like that. So I think it works wonderfully. What about Gradle? So with Gradle, I would need to go into my build.gradle. I would add this, right? Now, depending on my version on Gradle and on some projects, it would download the implementation, or it would download the dependency, put it in like the Gradle cache or whatever, but then it would not link it into the project itself. So I'd have to drag and drop it as a library, which just made it really annoying. But now it does. But the issue is that since they're listed as project and external dependencies, it's a 50-50 on whether or not I get source attachments. Even if I have the sources, I cannot add the sources if it says no. If the sources are if it connects the sources itself, we're good. But if it decides not to, I can't add them even if I get them, which is really annoying. But I mean, it's a good thing that I have two monitors, so I can pull up the repo on one on one monitor and have the thing over here and just kind of go back and forth. It's an unfortunate compromise, but I think that's partly the deal of like what version of Gradle am I using? I'm using Gradle. No, it wouldn't be here. I don't remember which. It's somewhere. I'm definitely using a version of Gradle that is definitely something. I think it's in the wrapper properties. Oh yeah, I'm using like 7.5. And I'm pretty sure there's a much newer and better version. But since I'm using an old version of Java, I kind of have to use an old version of Gradle. So. It is tragic too. I like working with like I got a bit of development experience in like modern versions of Java for like modern versions of Minecraft, and like the records are really cool. I like had to learn a little bit about them, but they're really cool, and I just don't have them here. So I'm not able to use there's a couple places here where I would love to use records if I had the choice. Even though I can technically add it, I can technically add records in this project. Java's not gonna know what I'm talking about, so no records. A string map dot for each SF b dot map dot put. Yeah, now I have to combine it, right? DDD registries dot damage types dot get DDD damage type dot add DDD prefix if needed on S. And then I put the value here, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Any featured records, virtual threads, project for Hall will be awesome in the future too, where you can using directly primitive types and collections instead of objects. No more integer, you can use int directly. Big jump performance. Oh yeah, there's a thing like that. When going back to the chess project, there was a library that I got that was specifically optimized primitive collections. And it was great. And since I'm running chess computations and that's insanely computationally expensive, optimizations of being able to use primitives instead of like autoboxing stuff was like crazy, right? I didn't compare, but I knew it was better. And so that was really cool. I thought about trying to get that dependency in like this project, but I would probably have to bundle that dependency in with the jar, and it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Because this mod is going to be running with a bunch of other mods, and the small performance gains I get by using such a thing is not going to matter if there's another mod that's not well optimized. So, not like it's an excuse to not optimize my code, but it's like the hassle involved for that is not worth it for this project. Now I have to switch on the type. Or maybe I don't switch on a type. Maybe up in the type here, I define how it takes a builder and turns it into a modifier. Hope there'll be a push for all projects in the world to update to newer Java 17 and more. We need to forget Java 8. Yeah, Java 8 has its vulnerabilities. I started developing mods in 1.12 because 1.12 was a really big modded scene, and it still is. It still is a really big scene of modded Minecraft. And with a project as big as this one, porting it to newer versions is a lot of work. I've gotten a lot of requests to port this, and I just say, dude, I would love to. When this is in a stable, not much active development, things are kind of steady and stuff, then I'll do it. But yeah. Hopefully the push continues. Because I would like this mod to not be 1.12.2 exclusive and instead be for modern versions as well, because I think it could really take off in the modern scene as well. But little bit at a time, one step at a time. First, we get DDD 1.7. It succeeds in RL craft. Then we port it forward. Or, well, I work on other mods for a bit, then we port it forward, maybe, hopefully. So this needs an abstract. I guess it doesn't matter whether it's package or not, but I'll just make a package for you guys. Abstract. This needs to be a IDD app modifier. T extends Or maybe, yeah, capability provider. IDD cat modifier, parameterized by, what the heck you doing, bro? T. Does that, oh wait, no, that shadow's the thing. I don't want to do that. For me, I'm a telecom engineer. Worked for years. Now I want to switch to development because my passion basically did Java in university, but it takes time to learn Java, and after that spring, maybe try Minecraft development to exercise my Java skills. I think that's an excellent roadmap. And if you're like, you know what, I want to try this thing, there's never, it's never too late to go, I want to try something new. Or I want to try and learn about something new, or do something new. I think it's cool. Now, I like developing for Minecraft because I like game development and stuff like that. I'm not a game developer, but I like game development. I haven't developed a game. The thought has maybe occurred to me, but I've never actually done it. Unfortunately, Java's not really the language that's done it. It's usually C++. Nothing's stopping me from writing a game in Java anyway, though. So if this is, see, this isn't gonna work. So I'm gonna take DDD. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna take a ContentTweaker DDD modifier builder. If I parameterize by T and put builder here, this doesn't work because it does work. Oh, because I have to specifically pass in a modifier builder that isn't a capability provider. Okay, that's cool. Bro, you're great at Java. Try to become really good at Spring Boot. There's so much interest in web jobs. I think learning Spring Boot a little bit more could be interesting and definitely something worth considering. I did have a bit of exposure to it. So I did do some of it, but it'd be cool to know a little bit more. By the way, try Vim plugin for Eclipse. There's a Vim plugin for Eclipse. Yes, for Eclipse. I'd have to I'm not sure. It'd probably take a little bit of learning. I don't know if I could be faster with Vim than with mouse. Because I need to remember all the shortcuts and stuff. It's been a while since I used Vim. I've definitely, I definitely have that urge to leave my mouse alone when, typing and stuff. I'll use home and end a lot to, move back and forth because I prefer that. Wrapper Vim is called. I'll take a look at that. I'll look at it off stream and maybe experiment with it sometime. Just start with the up, down, left, and right keys. Yeah, I can see that. You're gonna learn that in a day. That's fair. So I'm gonna make a new IDDD cap modifier. This is gonna be parameterized by T. And that's gonna be mod, and that's gonna be a new which one did I have here? Somewhere over here, right? Item modifier. That's what it is. CT item modifier. So it's gonna be builder.name. builder dot should reallocate. This is applies to dot item damage, and then is modifier applicable. Right. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, it's just good as I mean, this extends a thing. But this is not gonna work. I can't do builder.getPredicate. Because it, I don't, the signature doesn't match. Yeah, because I cannot. Right, this has to be a thing. Maybe I don't have it set on the modifier type. Maybe I have this here. Or modifier. Because this is going for I item stack and I entity and all that other stuff. Right, because I have it different. What if we just parameterize it again? And then I need to add this here with 2 wildcards. Now the question is, because I can't add parameters to this enum. I think this would be a situation where like a record would be perfect. So I could use actually, I don't know if you can parameterize records. That being said, I'm pretty sure since I can't do that there, I instead have to do this here because I'm gonna need a builder for each one, right? Like pretty much. It's kind of annoying, but I have most of the legwork here. I just have to define the different classes and stuff. I have to define 5 more. Oh wait, yeah. This has to be you extends I capability provider. Right, so now I can make a modifier, and then all I have to do is define how the modifier gets made. Some of the code might be similar. I'll have to see how that works. And then I registered this. Right, so this is going to be ddd registries dot modifiers dot register this modifier, which is going to be b dot make modifier. Okay. So now it's gonna register that, and that's all good. That's all fine and dandy. Good stuff. You don't go check in game the modification's done. I do. This is me building up a bunch of infrastructure that I have to build up first before I can go check to see if it works, or else it's not gonna work. There will be testing, but I'm building up a lot of infrastructure. I have to finish that and link it together first. Then I want to test it. But I want to have it like mostly all work. Not mostly all working is the wrong word. I want to have it mostly all there so that I know what I'm doing. So I know what I need to test. But since this is using ContentTweaker, it's going to be like, I want to verify that this modifier works by writing a ContentTweaker script. And I need to have all of this built to make the ContentTweaker script. So I don't need this anymore. I can finally see a little bit more, because I kind of know what I'm doing here. I have all of this. This is good. Now it's a matter of like, okay. I need to make the different modifier types. This is still abstract. This is an abstract class. I still need to provide an implementation, which I haven't done yet. And this implementation is, I think it just needs to provide a way to copy it, a modifier, and a predicate. Which is a thing. I'm gonna put it. I should probably still put it here. This is going to be a ContentTweaker item damage modifier builder. We'll make it final. Do I need to make it final? Item modifier builder. Another abstract version. Content DDD modifier builder. So I have this, right? Now this, not you. I have to go here, because now I have to add another class. Where did I put it? I put it here. Oh, item damage modifier builder. Right. Arm modifier builder, sure modifier builder, blah, 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 blah. I actually don't need it for this. This is gonna be item stack. Because always gonna be applying to an item stack. Yeah, I wasn't sure how I was parameterizing it, and this is a predicate to an item stack. I'm not sure if this needs to be abstract or not. We're gonna figure that out. Probably because the modifier type's gonna change. And there's the name. Or copying it is gonna be that. And there's make modifier. And there's get predicate. Actually, this doesn't need to be. Probably? Okay, so yeah, this is going to be. But I have. Whoops. What am I doing? Whoops. In here, I have all of this. Item modifier builder, armor modifier builder, shield modifier builder. Maybe I just do item modifier builder. And then I have different ones for if I'm making it for armor, shields, or item. Okay. In which case, I don't know why I keep going there. I need to go here. It should be item modifier builder. Item modifier builder. I don't think I need these. That's much better because now it's less classes. I like that so much more. So this is a Zen class. Item modifier builder. And we register that. Okay, so now I guess I could make this private. I don't think it matters. Now I need static methods, right? So this is going to be public static ContentTweaker item modifier builder. Now I want to just kind of make sure I'm consistent here. You had create, right? You were create. Where were you? Right here. Create. Create item damage modifier. And then this returns a new this thing with modifier type dot item damage and the name being name. Brilliant. And now I just do it two more times. ContentTweaker item modifier builder. Create armor modifier. Tweaker item or yeah. ContentTweaker item modifier builder. There we go. Modifier type dot item armor, and then we still use that name. And now public static another one. Item modifier builder. Create item damage, armor, and shield. Create shield modifier. Thank you for your yeeps. The stretch is good. Get the blood flowing places. Let me see here. It gets the blood flowing and makes me gives me a moment to think about what I'm doing, so thank you very much. Create shield modifier string name here. Now return a new thing. Modifier type dot item shield and then name. Okay. So we got that. Now this has an is modifier applicable for item stack. This should be public. This is also an at Zen property. Because I think that's how I did it here. Yeah, Zen property for that thing. And then get predicate returns this dot is modifier applicable because it is a predicate. Now copy, I need to return Or sorry, I need to make ContentTweaker DDD modifier builder item stack and item stack. New this thing. ContentTweaker item modifier builder. Boop. Copy this dot type not. I made this like private, didn't I? I might need to make it protected. I didn't make it private. That's fine. This dot name. And now I need to do builder dot put. Oh wait, it's not a map. Yeah. Builder dot. I don't have access to the map here either. Because I have set mods. I mean, you could implement iterable on map.entry. Oh, shoot. No, that doesn't work. It can't implement iterable. Because I have to implement over multiple things. I guess we have to make both of these protected. Either that or write getters, which I don't really want to do. Builder.map. For each type mod, this is going to be builder.setMod type mod. Except that doesn't work because I did an as DDD damage type. Can I go in reverse? Wait, I'm being silly. Builder.map.put all. And then just pass in this .map. Alright, put all the entries from this map in this map. Builder.stringMap.put all this string map. Whoops. What am I doing? Does that copy over everything? I don't think it does. I think I gotta do this dot is modifier applicable equals other way around. Builder dot is right. This needs to be this modifier item builder. Item modifier builder, get rid of this. No, not modifier. Dang it. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Now I can refactor it. Modifier. There we go. That's better. Now I do builder dot is modifier applicable equals this dot is modifier applicable. So I have to type out the name. Oh, I have to copy with a priority too. Builder dot priority equals this dot priority. And that's the thing, right? I gotta make sure I have everything copied. And these should reallocate. Builder dot should reallocate equals this dot should reallocate, right? And there's gotta be a better way to do this. Yeah, rename you. Copy applicable function. And now it's taking eternity. Bro, what the heck? It doesn't matter. And now this should just be, yeah, that should be this. This should be private ContentTweaker DDD modifier builder TU. And then that should be copy. This should not be overwritable. I just realized I don't like this either. This should be copy. Okay, so it should be this dot copy specific, right? And I set a ContentTweaker DDD modifier builder parameterized by T and U equal to this, right? Now, not control B, I control V this. Because this is all the stuff that's universal for everything. Copy it here so I don't have to rewrite it and make like 5 million mistakes along the way. Set this back to being private. Now this is copy specific, and I'm copying this. What? What are you doing? Okay. Where I just need to copy over this thing. And now I'm going to... Alright, so now I need to make the modifier. CT item modifier. I pass in this dot name. I pass in this dot should reallocate. Modifier type applies to... This is... applies to... This is applies to dot... item damage. That's what it is. And this is the thing where I can't like autocomplete in here. Item... No, this is just armor, right? Yeah. Oops. This is shield. Projectile. And mob damage. This dot type dot applies to this dot is modifier applicable. I just realized I need to do the same thing I did here. I need a make modifier, and then I need like a make modifier specific. And then I need a private final IDDD cap modifier parameterized by you for make modifier. Parameterized by you. That's mod. That's gonna be this dot make modifier specific to just make the specific parts of it, and then I'm going to do this dot map same thing I did here too. I copy it over to the weights. Yeah, I can do that. This dot string map dot for each. This dot map dot put BDD registries dot damage types dot get add DDD prefix if needed to S and put F there. Oh no, I already did that. That makes a lot of sense. I already did that. So now I do this dot mod, or sorry, not this dot mod. I do mod dot put all this dot map. And now I do mod dot yeah, I need to set the priority. The name and the should reallocate should already be set. I just gotta set the priority. Mod dot right. Oh, it does not set the priority. Does something set the priority? No, because you don't set the priority. Do you set the priority? You do not set the priority. I see. And you don't set the priority either. You need to copy over that priority. And now I need priority to return this dot priority. Good stuff, right? And now I also need to pass in a priority here. Good. So the priority is copied over. I don't need to worry about that. name's copied over, obviously. Should reallocate is copied over. I think the only thing that really needs to be copied is the map. And I'm pretty sure that's all I need here, because these modifiers are a little simpler. And that's the only thing, because that's the only thing I need to specifically copy over. So, in that case, that's good. Now, these need to be Zen methods. At Zen method. Can I just leave them like that, or... Yeah, I can. Okay. I need to add Zen method all of this. And then this has the Zen properties, has the Zen methods, and then it has all that other stuff for setting the modifiers. Where's this? Oh, because I need to pass in a priority here. Okay. Now I need... Well, I mean, I have these modifiers. They're fine. That's for mob damage. Okay, so the item modifier was easy peasy. Now I have to do one more. Well, not one more. I have to do a couple more. So this is ContentTweaker projectile modifier builder. Its superclass is ContentTweaker DDD modifier builder. And it's parameterized by two types: entity and entity. And it's gonna have a Zen property for is modifier applicable for entity. And I also need at then class ct const.cd classes dot projectile damage modifier builder at then register. Need to add a constructor for this. Just need a name. We know the modifier type. This dot name. This dot is modifier applicable equals. No. This is builder dot is modifier applicable that equals this. This also needs to be public, probably. And now return the builder. This returns this dot is modifier applicable. And now this, I'm going to return new CT entity. What the heck did I even call it? CT entity modifier. CT entity modifier, bro. Yeah. Okay, be like that. What do you need? A string boolean thing int. This dot name. This dot should reallocate. This dot is modifier applicable, and then this dot priority. Not visible. What the? What do you? Why? Why do you set it to protected? No wonder it didn't know what it was doing. Now for the item modifier, I just do the same? No, sorry, no, the item modifier builder. I did the same thing, right? I just booped. Yeah, I just booped. Yeah, this needed an applies to know which one it applies to. The entity one doesn't because it always applies to projectile. Okie doke. Now I have this. This is good. I need to do another one. I think I need to do another two, because I think I need to differentiate the mob damage one from the mob resistance one, because the mob resistance one has different functionality than the mob damage one. That is in fact true. And I'm pretty sure I did the same thing here. Yeah, I differentiated them here as well. So, okay. CT mob damage modifier. Oh my gosh, I can't type. This needs to extend, let's see, CT no, this is ContentTweaker. Right. ContentTweaker, extend the ContentTweaker modifier builder. Right. Parameterize it with entity living base and entity living base. Need to add the constructor. And the modifier type is going to be modifier type dot Entity living base. And the applies to has 6. Oh shit, bro. Anti-living base damage. Entity living base resistance. Mob resistance, I think. Or maybe you're just resistance. Resistance is? Alright, I'm done playing this guessing game. What are you? Mob resistances. Like the only other one left to try. Any living base damage. Now, copying specific is basically the exact same as it's always been. Return new content tweaker. What? That's your dysfunction, bro. That's what I thought. Mob damage modifier. Boop. This dot name. Oh wait, so I. Oh yeah, and then I have to copy over that thing. I was like, there's something not right here. Content tweaker mob damage modifier. Builder, bro, builder. There we go. Now, go down here and do at then property is modifier applicable for entity living base. Is modifier applicable. And this is also public. Now I do builder dot is modifier applicable equals this dot is modifier applicable, and then return the builder as we have done many times before. Okay, so now here we're just gonna, to make the modifier, we need to return CT entity living base modifier. I'm gonna return a new one. Okay. What's your dysfunction, bro? Yeah. This dot name. This dot should reallocate. This dot is modifier applicable. This dot priority. Dang it, gotta change to public. Every time, bro. Now let's just once again make sure that everything is right. Yeah, it's just a one-liner here. Okie doke. Oh, but I also need the create. Dude, I need that. Public static. And I need to set the Zen class. Content tweaker mob damage modifier builder. Boop. Mob damage modifier builder. Create mob damage builder. I think I did something similar. Yeah, create item damage modifier, create armor modifier, create mob damage modifier. I can just do create for this one though, actually. And then pass a name. Now I need the at Zen class ctcons dot ctclasses dot mob damage modifier builder at Zen register. Beautiful. Now I have to do that for the projectile one as well. Because I forgot to do that here. Public static content tweaker projectile modifier builder boop create pass in the name. Dude, what a spelling. Return new, make the thing, pass in the name. Don't forget to annotate this with the Zen method. Boop. Did I do the same for the other one? I did not. Gotta annotate it. Mob damage modifier builder. That looks good. This should actually be private. Right, because the item one's private, right? It is private. And the projectile one should also be private. Because they really only should be created through this. Now, final ContentTweaker mob resistances modifier builder. This extends ContentTweaker modifier builder parameterized by entity living base and entity living base. The difference here being dot entity living base resistance. There should be resistances modifier builder. Cool. I like how it's called a resistances modifier builder. I mean, it still makes sense. It's fine. So this is going to be public static content tweaker mob resistance modifier builder. Create. Pass in a name. And annotate this with Zen method. Oh boy. Now, this is the thing. This has additional functionality compared to everything else. Because we're now making a resistance modifier. Which is extending this abstract DDD resistance modifier, where we have all of this stuff. These sets in particular. I need these sets. I need this adaptability toggle, and I need this adaptability mod. This is going to be a private optional. Well, is that really unchanged? And then private Boolean adaptability status. Another private float. Guess I could just do this like this. Adaptability amount. Set string. Because we have to talk about immunities. Because what if we add and remove immunities, right? So we need to have that. Equals sets.new hash set. Sets.new hash set. Oh yeah, and make this private as well. Does that cover everything? Adaptability mod. Oh, wait, yeah, I did that. Adaptability amount. Adaptability toggle. These can all just be adaptability mod. Let's call this adaptability mod. Let's annotate this with @zen property. Right? Because that's that. Everything else is going to be related to Zen methods because it might just be a little bit more easier to understand. So this is going to be a public void set set adaptability. So this is going to set this dot is adaptability unchanged to false because we specifically set it. And then this dot adaptability status is status. Now I can have another @zen method. Leave adaptability unchanged. Is it going to set this dot is adaptability unchanged equal to true? That's going to start with true because the default is we don't change the adaptability unless you specifically go, okay, leave adaptability unchanged. We have that annotated. This needs to be public, actually. And now we get the lovely privilege of adding and removing immunities. No, this just needs to be a DDD damage type. Immunities added. I don't think it matters. This is going to be string immunities added. Why not? String immunities removed. Immunities added equals. Nah, we don't do this. I'm not writing like 5 million methods for that. I might not need that actually. Add immunity is going to be string type. This dot string immunities added dot add type. Zen method. Zen method. Now, copy specific is going to have ContentTweaker, mob resistances, modifier builder. This dot name. Oh yeah, also let's not forget we have here a public is modifier applicable for any living base. Boom. It also has a Zen property. Brilliant. Now, this dot adaptability status, no, I always have to do builder. Builder dot adaptability status equals this dot adaptability status. Builder dot adaptability mod equals this dot adaptability mod. Builder dot is adaptability unchanged. Is this dot is adaptability unchanged? Builder dot is modifier applicable. Is this dot is modifier applicable? Builder dot string immunities added equals this dot string immunities added. Dot add all. This dot string immunities added. And I do builder dot string immunities removed dot add all this dot string immunities removed. No, oh wait, just return builder. Yay, look at that. We're actually pretty darn close. Now for making the specific modifier. CT equals new CT res entity living base. Oh, entity living base resistance modifier. You're joking. Oh my gosh, because you're freaking. Bam. This dot name. This dot adaptability status. This dot mod. Adaptability mod. This dot is modifier applicable. However, this has two, right? Um, where we have the adaptability toggle. So this is the thing, but we need the adaptability toggle. Alright, we need that bad boy. Pass in the adaptability toggle. And then I need another one. Public and whatever that thing is. String name boolean should reallocate float adaptability mod is modifier applicable for any living base is modifier applicable. And we just leave it like that, right? Now, unfortunately, we can't telescope. Telescoping being where I'm going to kind of combine this all together into one thing. Because I have to call super here. Or I have to call this here. But, like, I have to call something here. This dot is modifier applicable is modifier applicable. And this dot name is name. Good. Now we got both of those as options. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set you to this, right? And now, if, not of, if this dot is adaptability unchanged, we'll leave it like that. I should reallocate adaptability mod, adaptability toggle. Oh, did I? Should reallocate. This dot would reallocate. Then the adaptability mod, and then is modifier applicable. If adaptability is unchanged. Otherwise, mod is still a new this thing with this dot name, this dot should reallocate, this dot adaptability mod, this dot is modifier applicable, and this dot adaptability status. Now I must transfer all of this information. And I'm going to do that by mod dot add. I just need to do the immunities that I'm adding because I've already handled that stuff. So now I have to do this dot string immunities added I might have to... String immunities added, dot add, string immunities removed, dot build. So this builds a stream. Oh, let's qualify this stuff. Because that's what we do for this, right? Before we make the modifier, we do that. And then we do that. Okay. Yep. Boop, 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 boop. And the build dot filter. Oh, sorry, not filter. I have to map it. So I'm mapping it to probably strings. Dot map again. Well, actually, hold on. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to do this first. Set dot set is a set, bro. Oh, I need to set. This is a set of strings. Yeah, okay. So now set dot. There we go. Set dot stream dot filter. Now this is where I have the predicate of checking if it's a valid type. And we're going to take a look at this. We're gonna just yank this out. We're gonna make a static thing here. Protected static final boop. Leave it right there. And now we can still check that. Is not registered. This is where I'm gonna add formatter off here. Filter is not registered dot something. I don't. Not registered. Then reduce with concat. I feel like I might as well just kind of unify this stuff here because you just here, yeah. Registered. Right, so I need that. I also need a final, whoa, binary operator, probably, on string. S1.concat, this dot concat S2. So now I'm gonna go to the distribution builder, and we're gonna just change this to filter ctconst dot is not registered. S1.concat that concat that. So this is going to be ctconst dot concat with line break. If ddd registries dot modifiers dot shouldn't it be just a modifier? Oh wait, it's modifier registries dot registry, but that needs to specify everything. Oh, fucking lovely, bro. I ain't messing with that shit. Maybe I can just check. Yeah, I know how I can do this. I can do modifier registries. But then I need to get the source of it, so... Oh yeah, I'm still working on that. I think I can do return DDD registries dot modifiers dot. This is going to be get item stack damage distribution registry. This is going to return DDD registries dot modifiers dot get item stack armor distribution registry. Return DDD registries dot modifiers dot get item stack shield distribution registry. Return DDD registries dot modifiers dot get entity damage distribution registry. That's going to be for projectiles. Dot modifiers dot get entity damage distribution registry. What if I don't need Modifier type dot. Maybe I don't need this. I think I can do a little bit better. So then this dot shared type registry equals shared registry, and this dot shared type registry is null. Cannot reference a field before it's defined. Yeah, see, I saw this coming. So I'm gonna have to make this static or something. Private static final map of modifier. Is there, wait, is there an enum map? No, no, no. Enum map. There is. Or about that there. Shared map dot get type registry shares. Now I'm pretty sure I can have a static initializer block here, probably. And then in this static initializer block, I do shared map dot put any living base damage entity, and then I do shared map dot put entity and any living base damage. And now we do modifier type dot get other type registry shares this dot type this is an else if used names dot get other type registry shares dot contains this dot name unlikely argument type optional. Oh shoot. It should be modifier type dot get other registry type shares dot if present dot filter probably. Type goes to usenames dot get type dot contains this dot name dot is present. There we go, that works. Otherwise, throw new Zen runtime exception dot format There you go, that works. This dot name. Now we do this dot, or sorry, type dot, wait, hold on. If type dot get registry dot is registered. Oh, I have to get via the name. Yeah, get dot get this dot or b dot name. If that's not null, that's all I need to check. New Zen runtime exception. It's a distribution. All right, yeah. The format %s is already is a modifier. Name already in use. I don't need that. Original registration source. B.name. Right. B.name. Get registry dot apply. No. Get. Yep. This needs to be. Where the hell did I put it? Oh, I put it right here. Needs to be here. Cannot convert from that to... What do you mean you can't? Oh, it's gonna be right here. Oh, we're getting somewhere. I didn't finish this. Return DDD registries dot modifiers dot get entity resistance registry. Okay, we are cooking. This dot name. This dot. Wait, no. I don't need that there. That's fine. It's here. Dot get b dot name dot get creation source string. Okay, we are cooking. And I have that thing. Now we go all the way. Some baby, hopefully back first stream ends. Perfect, perfect. Set the stream filter is not registered. Dot map. No. Reduce. This needs to be ctconst dot is not registered. This needs to be ctconst dot concat with line break. Boop. Badiddly boop. Dot reduce concat with line break. Now, what do I have here? I have an optional string. Now map it to this. No. I map that after. I reduce. What do you mean? Why did you break? Cannot convert from stream object to optional runtime exception. Yeah, I'm not there yet, bro. I'm not there yet. dot, this is an optional string, and I'm a stream of optional strings. Oh, that's annoying. Well, I can actually filter. Predicates dot negate optional empty. What do you mean? Predicates doesn't have thing. Alright, whatever, dude. I don't even care. Not O dot is empty. Is O dot. Oh, filter. Okay, I'm stupid. Optional is present. Filter on that. Now, I have a bunch of those. Dot map into optional get. Because I verified that they're present. Okay, this is going to be optional get. This is going to take a string and do a bunch of stuff with it. No, I need a map first and then reduce. Yeah. Map it to optional get. Then reduce to ct consts dot concat with line break. Now this is an optional string, and then I dot map it filter.map.reduce.map it to yeah, you just map it like that. New runtime exception unregistered damage type. Unregistered damage type. It's like the same fucking thing, bro. Types used for %s, and then give me that list. Shit, I need a string.format. This dot name and s. Oh my gosh, I have my fucking optional. In a butte, if E dot is present. Throw E dot get. All of that for like just this one thing to say, hey idiot, you're not doing it right. I'm gonna put this up here. I'm gonna put this down here. Map. Fuck this. Gotta get headed out. Thanks for the stream today. I'm glad I could tune in. I'm glad you were able to tune in too. Hope you had a good time. I've made progress, you know, so it was good. Lots of progress today. See ya. Bye-bye. Now I can do mod dot no. This dot string immunities added dot stream dot map DDD registries. I need to like actually build another stream. Actually, I need to do this. Consumer. That's a by consumer. No, I set the consumer on DDD damage type. Consumer. This is going to do this dot number. Get out of here. Private static void. Now I need to pass in that and that, import all that. Now what I need to do is I need to string types dot stream dot map ddd registries dot damage types get dot for each, and I pass in the consumer. Isn't it beautiful? And now look at this. All I need to do is I need to add types to mod. I pass in string immunities added, and I do mod add immunity. And I do add types to mod. I need to do this dot. I need to qualify this. This dot string immunities removed. And then this is mod remove immunity. Add a type to be removed as an immunity. Yes. and I pass in a name that should reallocate the adaptability mod, the in modifier applicable, and the adaptability status when relevant. So that's this, and now that's that and that, because I have added them here. And now I can return the modifier. And then that modifier gets passed back to here, where we copy the map over, return that, and then that gets registered. That's crazy. Now, one last thing before I wrap up. We need to go to the ContentTweaker integration because we need to right here, ContentTweaker DDD modifier builder. We don't need this. Dot register mods. And we create the script, we build it, we register it, all of that stuff, and then it works, I think. Wow, what a concept. It took me 4 hours to get all of that together and organized. But that means, in theory, I can do now testing and debugging and making sure that it works correctly next Tuesday. Because now everything just works. Well, not everything just works, but like now it's all built up. Now I can actually see if it works and troubleshoot it because now I actually know what the heck's going on here. And now it's just a matter of like, does X break, does Y break, and then debugging it, I think. There's probably a couple things that I very likely flubbed and missed, but that's okay. But now I have something that I can work with. So, this was a lot of good progress. I'm going to do one of these. So, I think this was pretty cool. I got stuff. I have. We have a lot of things we need to test to make sure. One thing I am going to do is I'm going to go to the to-do. ContentTweaker modifier creation. Okay. All right. That should be pretty good. So that's where I am going to wrap it. All right. We're wrapping here. So thank you everyone. This was pretty good. This was pretty good. I will be back on Monday for Continuum. Just more of that. And yeah, we'll be doing debugging for this on Tuesday. So I appreciate you all coming by. I'm gonna see if anyone's live right now. Looks like there might be. Tutorial art stream, huh? Interesting. Ah, I actually realized I don't have nearly as much time as I think I do, so I'm just gonna have to get going. Anyway, thank you for coming by. Like I said, I'll be back Monday.